We'll report ready. Lunch Chili 202.
Speeder Knight of Mike 2 Whiskey Foxtrot, you're joining on Foxtrot. Turn right now on Kilo, then left on Auto.
United 1120, roger, we're clear taxi to the ETOPS.
Welcome to Santiago de Chile. We saw the sun setting on the horizon an hour ago as we were getting ready to board the incoming plane. Get it ready for our next leg. This is leg 38 from Santiago to Easter Island, more than 2,000 nautical miles. So we're gonna have a very interesting flight, very interesting destination. We'll cover a lot of miles over water. So once again, one more night flight for Captain Tango and First Officer Crafty, who is assisting me today. But I guess as we will be mostly flying over water, you know, it's either a lot of blue or a lot of black. Probably doesn't make a huge difference. So welcome aboard. We're gonna start boarding in a second, finish our preps, and get back to you. In the meantime, sit back, relax, and enjoy the quick messages from our First Officer.
Hello, this is First Officer Crafty, and I'd like to say hello to my sister Lorraine and her husband Matt, if you're watching, enjoying the music. And I'll also just want to let everybody know, if you identify any issues, technical difficulties, especially sound, please let us know through the live chat. Or if you know me personally and can't chat, text me, and we'll try to address that as soon as possible. Thanks.
Let's do the before start checklist.
Cockpit prep,
Completed.
earpins,
Remove.
signs,
Both on.
aviars.
All 3 on nav.
Fuel quantity,
So we're taking almost a maximum fuel, almost 19
Long
tons of
flight.
fuel for the long flight, and some of the precaution we need to take. So 18.9 ton, and it is a balance with a lot of it in the center tank.
takeoff data,
Takeoff data are V1 140, VR 150, V2 151, and that all checks with our flight plan. It will be flaps 1 and flex 51.
Barrow rep,
Just got the ATIS 1014, 1014, 1014 set 3 times. Excellent. Before start checklist completed. So once again, welcome into our Airbus A320 cockpit as we are getting ready to finally head west. We've done a lot of traveling over Africa and Europe to the north, and crossed the North Atlantic, and then came down south, south, south. Now we're in Chile. Today on this flight we are finally going west, and we're gonna kind of highland hop our way back to first New Zealand and then Sydney, Australia, where we started many days ago. I don't even know which day it is today. So technically it's already Friday, UTC time. So as I mentioned, we are boarding the aircraft, pretty much ready. It's a pretty simple route if you look at the flight plan. Our flight time today should be around 4:53 minutes. When I did the planning a couple of days ago, kind of initial planning, that came up at 5 or 30 minutes, so almost 40-minute difference on this 5-ish hour flight. Luckily, mostly driven by the wind that have changed. We're still expecting headwinds. We're heading west, so that's likely. But the headwind should be only around 19 knots average components, whereas they were easily close to 70 knots a couple of days ago. So hopefully we'll arrive and be able to get to the hotel and get to our bed a little sooner. So certainly appreciate Mother Nature collaborating with us here. So we got already our departure clearance. Happy to be at a larger airport. Sorry, we have visited some places where there is barely any parking spot, especially with, let alone gates, but especially with a few 747 that are going around the world with us. British Airways, Qantas, Cargolux, Atlas. We've seen a couple of those. So we're expecting departure out of runway 17 right. We parked on the north side of the beautiful terminal here in San Diego. So I'm expecting Golf Zulu maybe as a taxi, and then hold short 17 right. We will see. Alright, let's do quickly check hydraulic quantities. All good. Pressurization auto green. Oxygen is green. Engine oil quantity is all good. Overhead, everything looks good. We're already on APU, so I'll tell the ground crew that they can disconnect. Alright. Hello.
What's that noise? What are we hearing?
It's our passenger boarding. I mean, they're coming up the
Didn't realize
jetway.
because I've never noticed that before.
Well, usually we're late,
Oh,
so the
okay.
passenger wait in the back. but by flight 38, we're at least on time. You know,
Okay.
we've been working hard on that. Okay, we're already have a PU bleed. What's the temperature outside? 16 degrees C, so keeping comfortable, maybe a little lower, 22-ish. We'll put in the. French baguette.
French
you're
baguette.
Yes, if you're new to the stream, and more importantly, WorldFlight, there's several aircraft, official aircraft that we have heard call sign off many times, but then it seemed that there's additional aircraft, including French baguette, Egyptair, Lot, Ryanair, a few more Qantas. So there's people doing a lot of legs with us, and that explained the high density traffic that we'll see heading west to Eastern Island. Alright, is this guy pushing behind us? Okay, hopefully we're not gonna be blocked, but we'll see. So today we're carrying 107 passenger. That's close to the maximum amount of passenger we could take on this flight, and we'll talk a little more about that once we are further up the climb or in cruise. And no cargo except for their luggage. I think I saw the gate moving or not yet. We'll see. It's probably a good time to call. Let's see.
Go ahead.
102, at this information is Delta, you're cleared to Asala, flight level 340, departure Domingo 4, runway 17 left. After departure, you can fix the radar on 129, decimal 7, squawk 1274, go ahead.
Clear to destination as filed via Domingo 4 departure, and runway 17 left. After departure, contact 129, decimal 7 for something radar. The squawk is 1274 for Polish Airlines 1.
Control from 102, read back correct before ready for push start.
Boarding complete.
Then Charlie 238 off of 17 right on uniform.
I warmly welcome you on board.
Until 238, compare your ground today,
At your own
continue
safety,
taxi
we
by
commend you
So we're just waiting for people to board?
Golf left and
Yeah, I
stop
think it's
right,
finished
right
now,
onto
and
Sierra.
an opening in the on the ground frequency to make sure.
My colleagues and I wish you a pleasant stay with us on board.
And Charlie 238 taxi by Golf Papa Oscar Sierra Hold Short Golf.
And 10238, taxi by Papa Hotel Sierra and hold short Golf.
Papa Oscar Sierra Hold Short Golf. And then Charlie 238.
Sierra Airport, I could give to the ground today, continue taxi by Charlie Golf, gate 25.
Charlie Golf, gate 24.
Ground GL 44 stand 20 ready for push and start.
Small one, Sierra.
Love 118, 1 with now. Focus on you, thanks for the service.
Until 436, contact tower 118, small one, Sierra. Jose 121, taxi by Golf.
Well,
hold
it
short
is
Papa.
rush hour in Santiago. Ground GL 44 stand 20 ready for push and start.
Chile 581, re via Foxtrot Alpha, punto de espera pista 17 izquierda, notifica y está salir. GL44, push and start is approved, facing west, report correction, facing east, reported taxi.
Did I hear?
Push and start approved, facing east, we'll report ready to taxi GL44. He's asking us to push.
Did I hear the
Okay.
word priority?
121.
No, not yet,
I
not
heard the
yet.
word priority.
Alright, let's put the beacon on. And I'll
disregard
call for
disconnect.
would like you to
Also
shoot
121,
now the
continue
safety
by
features
Golf,
of the taxi.
Zulu,
Push
hold
back.
Victor, runway 17 right, report ready to go.
This is how to fasten fast seatbelt. Please keep your seatbelt fastened during the entire flight, as unexpected turbulence can occur at any time. You will find an information
The
box
jet
policy
is
and
watching.
instructions
He's
for
moving to his
seatbelt
TV.
Get
Oh, boy.
center limit,
You can see us big.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback. Floor lights will guide you.
Welcome aboard.
If you would like to remind you that all our flights are
and we get 9334
smoking
here.
is prohibited on board of this aircraft. If there is a
Translation
loss of
entry
cabin
for
pressure,
group.
oxygen masks
But
will
we get
automatically drop.
9334 get cleared to Asala,
Lucky here.
5
Pull one of
level
the masts towards you and press
320,
it firmly
departure
over the
runways
nose.
17 left by
The use of
Domingo
mobile phones
4.
is not permitted on
The
board of
departure
aircraft.
complex
We kindly ask you to switch it
Santiago
off
radar
or
129.7,
switch
squawk east
Please also switch
1231
off your electronic equipment now. You can use it again after takeoff.
You can just repeat scope please
Please bring your seat to
1201.
the upright position and put all the tray tables
Okay,
in front
I'm
of you.
clear to destination
Thank you for your
via
departure, Jet.
Delta
Easy
Golf
flight. If there's any further questions,
Star
please
4,
release parking
runway
brake.
Release parking brake, clear to
17
push.
left, then scope 1201, and after departure I'm in contact
Alright, let's do
129.7.
the before start below the line, please.
Let me get 9334 rating back correct and the RTC's Delta report ready. for
Windows,
push start.
doors,
Closed.
beacon,
Roger,
Is on.
press levers,
Idle.
parking brake.
Off as
So
we're
you're
pushing
going
back.
for
So we're
142,
clear
sorry.
to start number 2.
Polish 1, correction, Polish Air Force 102, bridge
Don't
correction
forget
setup,
the-
improvement for ready taxi 1 cell left.
Number 2 started.
Push start approved, we'll go for taxi. 102.
Alright. Waiting for 2223. There we go in fuel flow. EGT rising.
Juliet Star Tango 39 Santiago.
And falling back down. Hold on.
I'm waiting, I'm
I'll
waiting.
wait for my command. Should stabilize roughly 2246. Okay, available. Good start on number 2. Let's start number 1.
Number 1 started.
Ground G'day, Jetstar 39 on uniform.
It's a 39 Santiago grind
Set
today.
parking brakes.
Continue text by uniform.
Parking brake
Golf
set.
Gate 17.
Uniform, Golf at Gate 17, Jetstar 39.
So we can wait for number 1 to come alive. Alright, good start on number 1 as well. So I can start the clock, do the after start flow first.
Oh, you want to do the checklist first?
No, the
Oh,
flow.
the flow first.
Do
Gotcha.
the
Unlocking gear. Tow truck disconnected. Bypass bin removed.
Is he on your side or my side? I don't see him yet. Okay. Alright, the toe is
Flex
pushing
one.
back. Correct? Up 04.
0.4.
Yes.
Is that about right?
H581 contacto Santiago,
yes.
Torre 18 vuelo. Lucy 121, contact tower 118.1, see ya.
DPU off.
On 118.1.
Oh, he's on your side.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
Alright, thank you, shows the pin. Alright, we'll see you next time. Alright.
Right, we get 9334 pushback
Fix this
and
thing,
correction,
nothing
hold
but push.
position to the traffic.
It is
light.
That's true. That's
So
true.
true.
hold position.
Alright, let's do the after start checklist.
Anti-ice.
Off.
ECAM status.
Trying to get to 7 Lima, taxi by Romeo.
Status normal, no recall.
Holding point
Pitch
beacon
trim.
171.
Is up 04 indicating.
Rudder trim.
Is 0. After start checklist completed. Alright, let's do the before takeoff flow. So I'll do my flight control real quick. Full left, neutral, full right, neutral, full down, neutral, full up, and then the rudder. Full right, neutral, left, neutral, okay. Thank you. Let's do the before takeoff checklist real quick.
Flight controls.
Check.
Flight instruments.
Checked.
Briefing.
Completed.
Flap setting.
We're doing config 1.
V1.
Hold on. Okay. V1 140.
VR.
150.
V2.
151.
Flex temp.
51.
ATC.
Is a set transponder on? Yep.
ECAM memo.
Well, we have, when I try to take off config, we have a factor CDU disagree. Here's 04 up, unless I wrote it down incorrectly. I didn't get the final load sheet. Probably have to go double check that real quick. Be right back.
Lima.
Último tráfico llamando, repito.
Muy buena. Spain 5 Lima.
Spain 15 Lima, Santiago terrestre, buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes. Estamos buscando autorización para concesión. Estamos listos para copiar.
Spain 15 Lima recibido. Está autorizado a Aruni como límite. Nivel de vuelo 320, procedimiento de salida Helux 4 grados, pista 17 izquierda, en el aire contacto Santiago radar 129,7, active código transponder 1203, prosigue. Spain 15 Lima se le escucha 1 de 5, repita. Spain 15 Lima se le escucha muy bajo, básicamente.
¿Me escucha mejor ahora?
Víctor, Juliet Alfa Mike, Santiago terrestre, para mantenga posición.
A la espera.
Spain 15 Lima, prosiga.
Sí, no le copiamos la salida, perdón, es que no le copiamos la salida.
Technical. Go ahead.
Spain 15 Lima recibe procedimiento sería Helus 4 grados.
Pues autorizado concesión Helus 4 Bravo, final 320, 119 decimal 7 para las salidas 1203 de la caja.
Captain Tango is currently working on resolving some technical issues.
Let's get 27 Lima, Roger, contact tower 118.1, yeah.
Tower 118.1,
Spain 15 Lima, autorización IFR correcta, verifique listo, remolque incendio.
Ya veo listo, Spain 15 Lima, gracias.
And Santiago ground, push Air Force 102 ready for taxi.
Polish Air Force 102, your taxi holding point, runway 17 left by Echo and Alpha.
Taxi to holding point 17 left via Echo and Alpha, push Air Force 102.
Lima Victor Juliet Alpha Mike, ¿me confirma el tipo de aeronave?
Sí, señor, abajo.
Lima Víctor Juliet Alfa Mike recibe. Continúe vía Delta Tango, izquierda en Kilo, Mike, plataforma de discreción.
Delta, Kilo en plataforma de discreción.
JeeHell 44 configure ready taxi.
Good evening, ground. This is Giant Point 31 on uniform, holding short of Zulu.
Jan 1471, Santiago ground. Good day. Continue taxi by Uniform Golf.
Taxi uniform Golf, Giant Point 71.
JeeHell 44 Santiago.
JeeHell 44, he called.
Sorry, GL44 ground, go ahead.
JeeHell 44 confirm estimated time for taxi.
Yes, we're trying to resolve center of gravity issues, so if you can taxi us out of the way, we'll be happy to do that with engine running, so I can move right now.
JeeHell 44 Roger to taxi by Golf, left on the India and hold short hotel.
Via Golf, left on India, hold short or hotel. Sorry for the hold, GL44. Alright.
That's correct, and you can take your time later.
So,
Commander Ryan.
okay, he's gonna put us on the parallel then. Okay, so
French Picket 9
are we clear on the right? We'll go and try to resolve that so we don't block the gate.
Yeah.
Mission's back. Oh, sorry.
Seems like, I mean, it's a weight and balance issue, and I'm not sure. I checked all the numbers, I re-imported them, and I came out with the exact same numbers. So.
Ground, Giant Point 71, we just park anywhere on our right here.
Alright, so Golf, left on India, hold short hotel, which is probably just after that.
We want passenger gate, please.
Alright, so you can turn right on the gate 17.
Gate 17, Giant Point 71.
Okay, India.
Good evening, Speedbird 47 Charlie 744, Concourse Charlie with information Delta 1015, request clearance.
Speedbird 47 Charlie, information at Delta is correct. You're cleared to Asala, lateral 340, departure via Domingo 4, flattable correction, runway 17 right. The departure contact Santiago radar on 129.7, squad 1277, go ahead.
Do you mind starting the APU?
Runway 17 right.
We need to stop the engine.
After departure, contact it'll be departure 129.7.
Okay, started.
Thank you, parking brakes on. Alright.
Speed of 47 Charlie, rate back correct, and the departure is Domingo 4, Delta Golf Oscar 4.
Domingo 4, Speed of 47 Charlie.
That's correct.
Control terrestre, muy buenas, el P325, calle Charlie.
Ok, 325, sorteo terrestre, muy buenas tardes. Continúe vía Charlie Golf, puente 25.
Charlie Golf, puente 25, calle 25.
Santiago ground, good evening. Jerry Can 71 with Delta IFR to Tahiti.
Santiago ground, good evening. It's Adam 147 on Bravo from 17 left, ready for taxi.
Jet 171, Santiago ground, clear, stand by for clearance. Lima Delta Mike 147 Santiago ground, today continue correction, hold short Bravo.
Hold short Bravo, other 147.
Lima Victor del Alfa.
Lima Victor Juliet Alfa Mike Santiago.
Muchas gracias por excelente.
that's Lima Delta 9147 correction, hold position, and I think you had inside of traffic at your 1 o'clock, I think. This is 747. Correction, 737.
Roger that, yeah, we see the aircraft a little late at hold short, but Lado 147.
Delta Mike 147, Roger, so give way to the 747. After that, continue by Bravo Foxtrot Gate 26.
After passing aircraft Bravo, Foxtrot and Gate 26, Lado 147.
SCIP 47 Charlie, requesting push and start.
Speeder 47 Charlie, pushback to start up approved, report taxi 17 right.
17 right, push and start approved. 47 Charlie.
Ground hello, Swissair 175, push.
Station calling call sign.
Swissair 175 for the push.
Swissair 175, Santiago Connect, okay, Roger, push and start is approved, report bid taxi.
Push start approved, call for the taxi, Swissair 175.
Juliet Romeo Yankee Charlie November 71 Santiago.
Yeah, Santiago, Jerry Can 71, go ahead.
Jerry Can 71, at this information is Delta, you're clear to your destination airport, flight velocity 80, departure runway 17 left, via Domingo 4, Delta Golf Oscar 4, squawk is 1304, and after departure, contact Santiago radar 129.7.
Jerry Can 71's cleared to Tahiti via the Domingo 4, departure runway 17 left, squawk 1304, and departure frequency is 129.70.
Jerry Can 71, read back correct for it, thanks.
Alright folks, in the back as you can see we had to park for a split second here. We didn't get our final load sheet through the usual process. It seems like some of the numbers were not loaded correctly through our ACAR system. So we should be good now to... And these numbers can't be changed with the engine running, that's why I'm sure you notice we turn off the engine. So let's start number 2.
Engine 2 started.
Oh, do we have bleed? No, we don't have bleed. Okay, so that's not gonna work. Sorry. We need bleed air. We need to verify with... Is that correct? Okay, go ahead.
Engine 2 started.
Thank you. Seems like every time we are ahead of schedule, there's some gremlins that come and play with us.
Yesterday was the Bermuda Triangle.
Yes, at least, you know, where we're facing a strong enemy there, but...
Spain 5 Lima en el stand 27 lista puesto en máquina del proceso.
Spain 5 Lima, remonte ya se envía probado, notifique por rápido.
incendiado probado y llamaremos a rodar a izquierda en Spain.
Alright, starting number 1.
247 Charlie, request taxi.
047 Charlie, regular taxi Golden Beach runway 17 right by Silver 3 and Silver vehicle ready to go.
Taxi hold on point, Victor via Zip 3 and 2, Wilco, 247 done.
Golf Echo, correction, Golf Echo Alpha Romeo, continue Bravo, Kilo, Echo to Gate Delta 5.
Bravo, Kilo, Echo, Delta 5.
Now the Alpha 7 arrivals.
Alright, let's start the clock just to be on the safe side.
So it's been going for 39 seconds.
Okay. So I'm gonna take care of this. We're still flaps 1. The latest number we got
So you
is
got a new
up
picture?
07. Helmet control, flight control 07.
Fourth position.
And we'll go back out to brake max. Okay, now we are takeoff. Memo green, no blue. Alright, let's redo the checklist just to make sure we didn't get totally out of sequence here. So after start,
Anti-ice?
so off, not required.
ECAM status?
Okay, we don't have any recall status as normal, so we clear that issue.
Pitch trim.
Is 0.7, and it is what is indicated, and it is what we have for takeoff performance data. So all good.
Rudder trim?
And 0. And I'm glad we did that here and not blocking everybody at the end of the taxiway there. Alright, let's do the before takeoff
Flight
checklist.
controls.
They were checked.
Flight instruments.
Checked.
Briefing.
Completed.
Flap setting.
Config 1 is set.
V1.
140.
VR.
150.
V2.
151.
Flex temp.
51.
ATC.
No change there. ATC is still set.
ECAM memo.
Is takeoff no blue. Before takeoff checklist completed down to the line. Alright, let's get back in sequence with everybody.
I continue my taxi.
And ground JeeHell 44 holding short hotel. We got our issues sorted out. We're ready for a taxi to the 17 right.
JeeHell 44 radar, turn right over Lima. Correction. Continue India right on Hotel, Alpha, and hold from the 17 left.
Alright, continue in India, right on Hotel Alpha, and you're sending us to 17 left, that's correct? Alright, we'll change the runway, no worries, GL44. Alright, when we got our clearance, I'm pretty sure it gave us... Alright, so we need to change our departure to 17 left. Luckily, I had calculated on the shortest runway. 17 left is just 100 feet shorter. That's 12.3 instead of 12.4, so should be good. And it's still DG, so this should be good. Alright, wants us to check of data.
Delta hold short of Alpha, Cherry Can 71.
Vans speed around.
Say again?
Vans are exceeding the speed limit, I think.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that looks all good. Alright, perf takeoff data confirmed. Oh, we can clear that. Alright, so let's find our way around here. Continue India, right on Hotel, which is the next one, I believe.
Can we turn the APU on?
Yes. Yeah, APU read also. Okay. I am not familiar with this airport, so I think we had already enough adventure. So we're here on India. Alpha. Okay. Alright, let's go. Alright, we're India. Hotel, clear left, clear right. So we're gonna turn right on hotel.
Whiskey, which clear 17 left.
And go all the way until we hit Alpha.
Tango 11, East Santiago Grand. By Bravo Foxtrot, correction, Bravo Foxtrot, right at Kilo, hold short Golf.
Okay, continue Bravo, Foxtrot, right on Kilo and hold short Golf.
Alright, can you be looking for Alpha? Yeah, so we're on hotel, this is Kilo. Okay, it's past that one.
Do you see the Alpha?
Yeah, yeah. Alright, Alpha, clear on the right. Clear on the left.
Roger, continue left on Kilo.
Affirmative, number Tango 11 is left at Kilo, then right on anchor, gate Foxtrot 6.
Roger, left on Kilo, right on... We got the gate, Foxtrot 6, we're on our way, Neptune 1 Whiskey.
Pick a gate. Any gate.
Spain 105, Lima 1 punto de espera, pista 1 izquierda, vía Kilo, Charlie, Alfa.
Kilo, Charlie, Alfa, el punto de espera no se izquierda, espera no se izquierda.
Swiss 175, Tower 118.
Okay. Alright, let's do the before takeoff checklist below the line.
Cabin crew?
Cabin crew, take your seat for departure, please. Advised.
Engine mode selector.
We'll do norm.
Pax.
And it's a PAX on takeoff, so they are on before takeoff checklist down to the line, below the line completed.
I can get your crown.
Okay.
Reach way over there. Get it.
Okay.
Commodore Grand, I'm ready for departure. French break it, make it closer. Oh, sorry, French. 934, contact tower 118 decimal 16. Contact tower 118.1, French break it, make it 4. Thank you for servicing and have a nice day. Juliet Remy Yankee, Charlie number 71, turn left and now hold 21 to the left.
Was that for us?
Okay, left Alpha,
Okay.
hold short of 17 left, Jerry can 71.
Approximately 109, ponte a 6,
Kind of.
Hurricane 71, tower 118.
Tower on 18-1 for Jerry can 71, see ya.
Glad you're able to get
Jerrycan?
that resolved.
Me too. And I'm sure
Tower 118.1.
over to tower 118.1 JeeHell 44. Thanks for the service. Something like that.
Santiago Torre, la Chile 1140, iniciando aproximación en el tango visto a izquierda, abandonando 510.
Sure.
Torre, la Chile 1140, continúa aproximación al izquierda, izquierda, 1015.
continúa aproximación con H1015 a la Chile 1140. Chile 434, Santiago Torre, buenas tardes. Coordinate 1015, continúa aproximación, estamos a la derecha.
1015 continúa aproximación a la 11 Chile 4.
Switch 175, line up and wait, runway 17 right.
Okay, line runway 17 right.
There's two people in front of us.
Centaur JeeHell is with you on Alpha in sequence.
JeeHell 44, Santiago Tower, good afternoon. Line up and park short. Hold short of runway 17.
We'll hold short of 17 left JeeHell.
Line up in what?
Well, he stopped himself. He didn't mean to. He should have said correction. Just hold short. I mean, this is like 2 aircraft plus a landing one. I mean, it's still 6 miles. So.
Are you ready for immediately?
40.
Yes, I'm ready for immediately departure of French Baguette 9224.
Roger, winds 210 degrees, 1 for knots from 17 left, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff runway 17 left, French Baguette 934 immediately.
Chile 1140, rebusca mínima limpia, tráfico iniciando carrera de despegue, dirección hacia la izquierda. Reduciendo para mínima la Chile. Speaker 47 Charlie, contact radar 119.7, good day.
119.7, Spirit 47 Charlie, good day.
Yeah. I believe they're using the ILS and it's not a Cat 2, Cat 3. So we're probably supposed to hold short here. Yeah, usually it's at the runway threshold, but...
Santiago Tower, Jerry Can 71 holding short, 17 left.
Chile 1140, viento 210 grados, 149, plano hacia la izquierda, autorizado para aterrizar. Autorizado para aterrizar, pista 1 hacia la izquierda, la Chile 114. Hurricane 71, Santiago Tower, good afternoon, hold short of runway 17 left.
Hold short, 17 left.
French Baguette 9334, contact radar 119.
I don't think it's too bad, but we can challenge. We're on the webcam.
119.7 French Baguette 934. Thank you for your service. Bye bye and have a nice day.
The Challenge 1 Papa Romeo, ILS Tango 17 left.
Good old friend. No, it's not too bad. I mean, it's a big airport and we're kind of in the middle. Yeah.
Challenge 1 Papa Romeo on the ILS Tango 17 left, 17 DME.
Challenge 1 Papa Romeo, Santiago Tower, good afternoon, Roger, unit 101 flag, continue.
Continue approach 1 Papa Romeo.
Swiss 175, 210 degrees, 1 for knots, runway 17 right, clear for takeoff.
Okay, he's clearing 17 right, but I...
Hurricane 71, line up and wait, runway 17 left.
Line up and wait, 17 left, Jerry Can 71.
Chile 1140, bienvenido a Santiago, contacto terrestre, frecuencia 122 para la Chile 1140, muchas gracias, buenas tardes. Ok, buenas tardes. JeeHell 44, line up and wait, runway 17 left behind.
line up and wait, runway 17 left behind, JeeHell behind.
Hurricane 1, correction 71, winds 160 degrees, 8 knots, runway 17 left, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, 17 left, Jerry Can 71's rolling.
Is it Hurricane or Jerrycan or? Alright. Turn runway. Start line.
Chile 434, viento 160 grados, 1, 7 derecha. Papa Romeo, continue approach, 17 left, traffic, taking off in 1 minute.
Roger.
Sweet, 174, contact radar, frequency 119.7, good flight.
19.7, good ace, what's our 175?
We'll need to get an immediate takeoff once he clears us.
Here again, 71, contact radar, frequency 119.7. Have a nice flight, goodbye.
Roger, contact radar 19.7, Jerry Can 71, take care, thanks.
Bye. JeeHell 4-4, winds 160 degrees, 8 knots, runway 17 left, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 17 left, GL44. Right, takeoff.
Ahora van a salir Spain 5 Lima, listo, salida 17 izquierda.
Atención que llama Santiago, repita cosa.
Sí, Air Spain 15 Lima.
Man Flex 51, SOS, runway auto thrust blue.
Buenas tardes, mantenga fuera de vista 17 izquierda.
Mantenemos corto 17 izquierda, Spain 15 Lima.
Chile 434, bienvenido a Santiago, contacto terrestre, frecuencia 122, desmandos, venga, buen día.
Check.
Tower, let's wait on the 300 on the ILS.
Done it.
Positive.
1
Gerard?
160 degrees, 8 knots, runway 17 left, clear to land.
Clear to land, 17 left, Charles Mark, runner.
Chile 8, 9 air, 3, Santiago, tower, good afternoon. Again, 1015, continue approach, 175.
Couple.
Yali 44, contact, radar, frequency 119.7. Have a flight.
Over to radar 119.7. Thanks for the service, GL44.
Solid.
And radar GL44s with you passing 3400 on the Domingo for departure.
Couple 4, some of the radars. Radar contact, time flight, 60.
Climb fly level 360 via the Domingo for departure GL44. Open climb, flaps up.
That's it.
Actually, there's another airport over there. See in the distance.
Speedbird 47 Charlie. Contact Santa Maria 129 and S4. Speedbird 47 Charlie. G'day. G'day. Spain Thank you so much. You guys
Wishing you
great
some
with,
space
lovely
on
music.
Easter Island.
Oh.
It's gonna be crowded, that's for sure.
Is it?
Oh yeah. Alright, when you over... well, we'll have to stay and wait until tomorrow morning. Nice.
Right, into 290.
Okay, right here, heading 290, what's our 175?
Cada buenas tardes, al Spain 15 Lima 3.5 subiendo.
Entonces, que ya me repita el pedido de llamada.
Sí, Air Spain 15 Lima. Air Spain 15 Lima.
Spain 15 Lima siempre horario, buenas tardes.
Ascenso 320, Spain 15 Lima.
Alright, I have to take off checklist.
Landing gear.
Is up.
Flaps.
Retracted.
Flaps.
Are on. Autopilot on, please. We're passing 10,000.
260 knots, what's our 175?
And we can go Q&A standard. So you pull it.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Alright, so I have to take off the checklist below the line.
Zero rest.
Standard, standard, standard. Okay, and we clear to flight level 360. Thank you. Altitude blue, flight level 360 blue. Well, that was
That was exciting.
interesting little curveball. One benefit of streaming is that I can go back and look at which step either I missed or what went a little different. I was pretty sure I had loaded, there's an uplink function to load the weight and CG and all that. But apparently that data did not get loaded, so it had some ridiculously low default value, so no matter which CG we try, I mean, it was clearly out of range. So recalculated the number, if it came out the same way, wiggled a few passengers around and reloaded all that, so that's why we went from up 0.4 to up 0.7. But because it's on the init.b page on the Airbus, you have to shut down the engine. You can't access init.b in flight. If we try, it will give us not allowed. There's no fiddling with those numbers. Usually, thanks to nifty little software that Captain Pero is developing, we get our final load sheet through a company message. Although that wouldn't have changed anything. We had the trim value. There was no change to our load sheet. So. Well, it adds to the fun here, right? Once we're past it.
I think I was sweating a little bit more than you were.
Oh, is it? All right. Well.
Like, oh no, this has never happened before.
No, I don't think it happened before. So what have we had so far into the glitches?
We have a Brucking Bronco British Airways.
Well, that's damn. There's one aircraft that is flying with us, 747 British Airways, that I don't know what software we're using, but clearly it doesn't play nice with the VATSIM environment, and that aircraft always show either 25-degree nose up or
butt down
or gear down, nose gear collapse 10-degree down. So there's that. I was thinking about us
a couple days ago.
Yes, that wasn't too bad. That was coming out of Kimberley, South Africa. The weather on the ground was rain, thunderstorm in the vicinity, clearly a lot of lighting, but the departure, direction wasn't too bad, and we had to ask for deviation, as all the other aircraft did, but could proceed on course once we were around those storms, so it didn't delay us too much.
I heard you had a fascinating lecture on
ETOPS?
ETOPS.
Where did you...
Dare I mention?
Yeah, where did you heard about that? Yeah, we'll talk about ETOPS in a minute. I think we have plenty of time to get to... we still need to be passed from radar to center here, so... But talking about the weather, First Officer Vizix did a fantastic job bringing us into Tallinn, Estonia, where the weather was reported at minimum 200 feet above the field, and we had to go around because we couldn't see the runway, but with the inertia and all that, we went dipped just a little below, and sure enough, it was all clear, beautiful runway in front of us, but we were committed to the go around, so practice our go around procedure a little bit, came back. Luckily the weather cleared up, improved enough. On the second attempt, the clouds were at 500 feet-ish, something like that, so it was more of a normal landing after that.
We had Bermuda Triangle gremlins, which we still need to tell maintenance about and try to figure out what was going on. For unknown reason besides being in the Bermuda Triangle, it was literally coming into Bermuda. The speed, that was with First Officer JeeHell, the speed, there was easily 20 knots difference between the commanded speed and our actual speed, and you can see here we're climbing at 280. It's tracking pretty good, so that made me suspicious, and it certainly did not improve. The gap was a little smaller, but when we activated approach, instead of moving to our approach speed, I think it was pegged at 160 or something like that, where our typical approach speed here is 140, 135 to 145, something like that. So, well, there's a button here on each side that disconnect the auto thrust, and Captain Tango was working the thrust lever, and weather wasn't too bad. There was a little bit of a crosswind from the left, so we were nose crabbing into the wind, and the Pappy, of course, were on the right, so it was a little hard for me to see the Pappy, so which are the lights that give you indication of your glide path, but we landed safely.
Santiago on 29-1 for Jerrycan 71. Take care. Nice to see you.
Coming out of Gander was interesting too. The weather wasn't too bad. Over to center 129 or decimal 1 for JeeHell44. Thanks for the service.
100 miles of Delta Golf Oscar. You can go to Unicom 122 decimal 8.
Number 4, let me confirm right hand turn.
Clipper 411, sorry, stand by 1 second. Clipper 411. The inbound heading is 175 and right hand turns, please.
Copy that, and 175, right hand turns.
And center JeeHell44 passing flight level 243 for flight level 360.
Juliet Hotel Lima 44 Santiago, good evening, radar contact my flight level 360, break rate November 31 Alpha Golf, contact Santiago 129er decimal 7, bye.
And we'll continue climbing to flight level 360 for JeeHell44.
November 310 Alpha Golf, contact 129er decimal 7, bye.
129.7, congrats on the job, man, well done.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, our call sign is JeeHell 44.
Radar, good evening, Jerrycan 71.
Basically, the nickname, the developer of this freeware, A320, is using. He's from France. His name is Jean-Luc. Typically abbreviated JeeHell in French, but G is J, J is G. So I'm sure everybody was slaughtering his initials. So to make sure it was pronounced correctly, he spelled it out JeeHell. So JeeHell. And so we are using the Juliet Hotel Lima call sign. So some, obviously it's not a real airline, so some controllers might not be aware of the call sign. It's in the remarks of our flight plan, but they're certainly busy. So yeah, sometime we get JeeHell44, sometime after telling them a couple times JeeHell44 we get JeeHell44, and sometime we just Juliet Hotel Lima 44.
Like I was. Yes.
Well, yeah, all they see is JeeHell, and they're like, okay, that's not DHL, that's not DLH, that's not, you know. Alright, do you want to put the terrain on your side just to see? We're probably already... sorry. Yup, that looks blue to me.
It's like physics says, nothing but ocean.
Swisher 175.
Hold on. I just want to dim it a little bit.
175, direction split by 1 second.
But yeah. Land, we can still see a little bit. I don't know if there's even an airport we could... Yeah, it's all behind us. All behind us.
Game at 792. Maintain heading 220 and contact Santiago 129.7.
Left turn heading 220.
Yeah, it's 129.7.
Oh, your dinner, Lorraine.
Left turn heading 220.
Go watch.
Swisher 175, you can fly direct to local Lima Oscar Kilo Oscar Lima.
Alright, so we'll try to maintain this speed in the climb all the way to 360, which I think will stay for the entire flight. We could get 380 once we're a little lighter, do a step climb, but for now I think the flight plan calls for 360. Then we'll try to increase our Mach number a little bit. If you remember from the previous flight, going from Mach decimal 77 to decimal 81 shaved maybe a minute or two an hour. Remember here with the wind being much more favorable, that shaved 40 minutes, so really what is driving our flight time. So on this flight, as I mentioned, we pretty much took our maximum fuel load for an Airbus A320, around 19 ton, and that's partially required by just the flight. The distance will be covering around 2,000 miles, but also for this event, it's not uncommon that you have to hold either on the ground or in the air, so they ask you to load an extra 90 minutes of fuel for hold. So that's a typical 3.5 ton more, and then we will have the usual 5% contingency, final reserve, things like that. So it adds up pretty quickly. So the trip fuel is 12.5 ton. I mentioned the 90 minutes, that's another 3.5, so that's already 16. Typically you would have also the fuel to get to your alternate, but what is interesting here is that going to Easter Island, which is an island in the middle of the well, yes, Easter of something, Wester of something else. It's always a challenge that way, but basically there is no suitable alternate anywhere. I mean, like hundreds and hundreds, more than 1,000 miles. I mean,
So we better learn to swim.
yeah, I mean, if it comes to it, but it's really interesting because yes, we'll cover 2,000 miles over the ocean, so we'll talk a little bit about ETOPS once we're in cruise. But the additional challenge here is that you better make sure that once you pass the midpoint, I mean, you can always turn around with extra fuel so we can go a little further.
Okay, all stations over the Pacific Ocean, I say again, all stations over the Pacific Ocean can go to 122.8. Bye-bye.
But there is definitely a point of no return. So, where basically you wouldn't have enough fuel to come back to Chile. I don't know all the details, but my understanding is that practically they only clear one flight at a time to Easter Island, wait until that flight safely land, clear the runway, so that, because if you remember, we discussed about that, weather is commonly thought as one reason for not being able to reach your destination, which is totally correct, but even if the weather is good and somebody land a little hard and the gear collapsed and the plane is on the runway, you cannot land. So I'm sure somebody's gonna fact check me on this, but my understanding is that yeah, they send one flight at a time. I don't think there's too much traffic to Easter Islands. It's probably not a big problem, but it's a really interesting destination from that perspective. So there's going to be even longer segment legs beyond this, but typically there are usually alternates within 400, 500, maybe 700 nautical miles. So sure enough, you'll have to take the fuel for that, but nothing like Easter Island. So Sierra, Charlie, India, Papa is where we're going. Sierra for South America, Charlie for Chile, and India Papa for Isla de Pascua, Easter Island. Alright, I think we're in the clear here, it's pretty smooth. So we can start cabin service. So I think we'll get one more transfer and then I'll feel a little more comfortable starting my
French baguette to Whiskey Tango.
ETOPS lecture.
French baguette to Whiskey Tango, turn right heading 240 and contact 129.7. Bye.
But if anyone has any question, comments, feedback, I mean, put it in the chat. And it looks like our first officer still has reception, so you want to take advantage of that because it's not going to last long. Or maybe this aircraft is equipped with GPS. Sorry, satellite internet access. So we're good. There's a big break in the departure behind us. That's interesting. Alright, at least we have one waypoint ahead of us, so we're gonna plan to do a fuel check over there. Where is it? Where is it? Where's my waypoint? There we go. And we can remove this, I think. It's clear. Alright, so alt cruise Mac, we're at 360. I don't know how fast we can push it. We are much heavier than any of the flights we've done previously. Yeah, it's only 0.73. I'll bump up the cost index a little bit and we'll see.
And that allows us to go faster?
Yes, basically the cost index is kind of this factor that gives you a balance between using more fuel but getting there faster, or using less fuel but taking more time. And within limit, but the lower the number, the more fuel efficient you are, the longer it takes you to get there. So by increasing the cost index, I'm allowing the aircraft to use more fuel, generate more thrust, and continue to accelerate a little bit.
Is that going to get
We'll
us back
see.
on makeup for whatever lost time we have? Although I don't think...
Probably not. We'll see.
Can you do that? Can you bump it up to make up for more time?
Well, I mean, it's gonna help. I don't know how much time. I mean, we're delays. What? Yeah, I can pull the numbers here from.
Well, I think we were scheduled to leave at 5:30
system.
Austin time, and we left around 10 after.
Okay. Traditional 40-minute delay, courtesy of the Texas team. Every day, the German team brings it back either on time or earlier. Every day. We give it back to them. Although I know Micah was on the ground for like 60 minutes from pushback, so block off to take off. So we've been to some small airports. Makes it difficult to accommodate a large amount of landing and departing aircraft, or sometimes it's just the way it kind of cookie crumbles and everybody wants to come at the same time, everybody wants to leave at the same time. Alright, well, we're going a little faster. So we're doing 424 knots over the ground. So we have a little bit more wind than the average 19 headwind, but I think it's gonna die down. Let me look at the forecast here for local. So local, the wind forecast was 2901, not 38. So yeah, pretty much on the money. It might be hard to see on the moving map, but in between, along our flight route here to the left a little bit in a while, there is a little island out there. There's a little blob of land, and there is an airport, but I checked, the runway length is like 1,000 meters, so 3,000 feet or so. That's not gonna cut us. That's not gonna cut us. That means only small aircraft can make it there. I wonder if they do fly across. I don't know. We'll see when we get there. Maybe what the distance is. So for now, in the progress page, I'm gonna keep Santiago as a reference. So we're 145 miles away, heading due west. I don't see much traffic on. Wrong one. Okay, there's wow. Somebody at flight level 420.
Smart, one of those.
Hey. Hey, correct. Correct, you say correct. Alright, let me see what to expect in terms of hand up, controller to controller. Man, this guy might be working the whole... I mean, the first sector. Okay. But I did hear some people getting transferred to Unicom, so there was no further ATC. 129.1. Yeah, I think we might stay with him for a while.
Olympic 525, set flight level 200.
Let me get a little more light here. So to talk a little bit about ETOPS, or extended operation, derives from the idea that commercial aircraft are typically certified to fly and work routes that would not take them further than 60 minutes from a suitable alternate, and that limits a lot the routes, certainly over the ocean, but also some part of different countries. So to open those routes, we discussed the fact that aircraft can be then certified ETOPS with a higher time. Now, could be 90 minutes, could be 120 minutes. For this particular flight, our aircraft is certified ETOPS 180 minutes. So we can fly anywhere as long as we are no more than 3 hours flight time from a suitable airport. And here it's pretty darn simple. It's either one of the Chilean airports, that Santiago is a very valid one. So one of the mainland airport that we're leaving behind us, or Easter Island, the airport over there. And so you want to make sure that if you look at the weather, taking into account the performance of the aircraft, you are never on your route of flight away by more than 3 hours flight. So we talk about the two typical situations which can combine to create a third one. We could lose an engine or have to turn off an engine, or we could encounter decompression and need to descend to flight level 100 or 10,000 feet. Or you can get both. You can get the combo, supersize your adventure here. So basically that's what we get from the planning program that calculates the various scenarios and make sure that based on the weather we meet these criteria. So we have a one engine out scenario, all engine working but decompression scenario, and then a one engine out and decompression scenario. And basically that will result in 2 points along our route of flight, one which is roughly an hour away, depending on the wind. It might not be exactly that, but roughly an hour into our flight, we will enter ETOPS, as we will be more than an hour away from any airport on the coast of Chile. And similarly, when we get closer, like roughly an hour to our final destination, then we will exit ETOPS. So those are two important points, and there's some check and procedure that you have to do. It's important for situational awareness to always know, is the closest airport in front of you or behind you, so that in case of an emergency you don't waste time figuring that out. So in this particular case, our ETOPS entry is 19 nautical miles before Xonat. So one thing I can do on our flight plan is enter a radial fixed info, in this case a radius of Xonat, so X-ray Oscar November Alpha Tango, and it is described as 19 nautical miles before. So we can, if we increase the range, we can see all it did is just computer drew a circle, blue dash line around Xonat. The radius is 19, so when our green light, which is our track for this flight, intercept with that circle, we would know we enter. That's our entry point into ETOPS. As I mentioned, depending, Santiago might not be exactly the closest airport, depending on the wind. We're facing some headwind, so if we were to turn around at the 60-minute mark, we will hit land a little faster. So the ETOPS entry is scheduled at 1 hour and 7 minutes. So that would be 34 minutes from now, which we can cross-check based on the distance, seems reasonable. And then similarly, the ETOPS exit is given in reference to one of the waypoints on our route, and that would be Valum. So I can enter another fix, Victor Alpha Lima. Sounds like Valium. Maybe that's what you need when you get there, but calm down. And it is calculated at 185. And that point, even on the highest range, we wouldn't see it. What we could do is simply switch the mode to map, and then if you cycle through the flight plan, you can see the first one we enter, a few waypoint we have, and here's Valum, and you can see we're pretty darn close. I mean, roughly an hour away from our destination, and that is scheduled to be at 3 or 57 minutes into the flight. So tonight, with the long flight, we'll probably, or more than probably, we'll definitely take a break, put the stream on pause if we can figure that out. We'll give you guys an estimate the time of return of the crew of the stream. For now, the other thing we should look at is as we're approaching local, we're going to do a fuel check. Alright, so we're close enough. So time is, let's call that 36 minutes into our flight. And 16.1, I always like to round down. So that's 300 kilogram below what was estimated. 16.4 was the fuel on board estimated at local. Taxi was a little longer, and then due to the issue with the init B weight and trim setting, we burn a little more gas. So I'm not surprised by the difference. And double check on the fuel page in the lower cam that we still have balanced fuel. Doesn't seem like we have a leak. Doesn't seem that we have an unbalance. So far, so good. Hold on.
So monitor 122.8. Bye bye. Estoy cerrando, así que continúen en 28. Buenas noches.
Well, at this point, I think we'll all continue on our route. Make sure there is vertical separation, and we should be good. By default, another piece of information that's useful is the equitime point. On other flights where we have diversion airport en route, we would change those, but in this case, this is it. One thing we could do to have a more accurate estimate is enter some wind aloft prediction. So looking at our route of flight, I'll pick a point that is kind of 1/3 into the flight, another point that is 2/3 into the flight. Togoop looks like a good candidate. Togoop, the winds are estimated or forecasted at 231 at 66. How does that compare to what we have now? Yeah, it's pretty well, it's stronger actually. 1 at 66, so I'll put that as the wind prediction, which is still kind of ahead of us, but I want to make sure it stays valid as we continue. And then a waypoint closer would be... we could use Balam, or we could use Muguk. Mike Uniform Golf Uniform Kilo. And the wind there, wind aloft, flight level 360, 176 at 19, and you see this is where the wind, that's a section of the flight where the wind is going to die down. So that gives us a little bit more accurate. Obviously it's just an average, and it's still a forecasted wind aloft. But that means that for the next 826 nautical miles we would be closer in time, not necessarily in distance. In time, with a headwind, we will actually be past the equidistant point, because we have to turn around and we'll turn that headwind into a tailwind, and time-wise it will take us lower amount of time to go back to Santiago. So for the next 823, which is roughly our ground speed the next 2 hours, we would turn back and land in Santiago, should we for any particular reason elect to do that. Past that point we would be committed to press on and go to Easter Island, and that's how we use the equidistant point in this particular situation, which is actually simpler than what we have done on our flight, where once again we had diversion airport along the route, and so we have to enter those on a regular basis to keep the bearing distance information correct to the diversion airport we would consider. So at this point, as I mentioned, we will probably take a break. Maybe give you some of that juicy music we had for the intro.
Yeah,
so
I want to hear this also.
you want to hear the sounds?
Congo line salsa.
All right. Well, let's see what we can do. But before we do that, I want to thank everybody who joined, especially sticking around through some of our little technical difficulties. I always like it when it's yeah, that's right. Always like it when it's really kind of the airport. I mean, fighting a USB disconnect on a hub or something like that is not particularly. I said the airport, I mean the airplane. So always makes it interesting. So I should be a good captain on VATSIM, switch to Unicom. I don't know, with a long flight like this, what we might hear on Unicom. But for now, I'm gonna mute us, tune the volume a little down.
But we should give a plug for tomorrow.
A plug for tomorrow. Yeah, today is fun too. Come on. You're so tired. Yeah, tomorrow.
Yeah, but I think shorter flights are better because you can hang out for a couple hours and see the whole dang flight start to end.
Yes.
Hopefully we won't have any big issues tomorrow.
Yes.
And we have a guest FO physics.
Yes.
Who's going to be in the cockpit.
I'm not sure if
Captain Tango.
Mr. J-Dub would come too or not.
No, that would be great.
Yeah.
The more the
then I
merrier.
can go sleep.
Yeah.
In row 32. Kick these 3 people out, lay down.
But tell them where we're going, when we're leaving. Let me see. Do you remember
well, there might be a flight where we had to shuffle a little bit the schedule with my German teammates regarding the Pacific crossing, and the interesting time of the day would have been for us. So they kindly offered to do. Ultimately, we'll be 3 legs in a row, so that's like 14 hours or something crazy. Because they wanted to do the extra one, the arrival into Nadi in the Fiji island. I do believe we are flying from Auckland, New Zealand to Christchurch, so from the North Island to the South Island, and then we'll quickly hop over. I would guess it's called the Tasmanian Sea. I might be wrong. But more water from New Zealand to Melbourne.
Okay, yeah.
Those will be
to Christchurch in New Zealand and Melbourne. And that first flight we're scheduled for 6:10, but as you know, it's very difficult.
6:10 p.m.
Yeah, Austin time. 6:10 Austin
Central
time.
Standard Time. Yes, we have 3 viewers from all over the world.
Yes.
So
Anyway, you figure out it in your time zone. But
that's why we use Zulu time.
yeah.
Hey, we went to Kathmandu. I learned something there. I knew that India was half an hour. I think they're UTC plus 5.5 hour. But Kathmandu in Nepal is UTC plus 5 or 45 minutes.
Okay, I always thought that was a
So-
joke. Like on SNL, they would have
You thought it was a
clocks.
joke?
Yeah,
No,
when they
no, no,
were-
no, no.
No, they would show the news
They were
show,
trying to
and they would have
educate you.
clocks behind the newscasters, and they would all be on different. They would not all be.
Well, I don't know.
on
I'm sure some were probably a little, yeah, funny. But so I don't know if there's this place in the world where it's like, you know, an hour and 57 minutes or 31 minutes.
Anyway,
or,
the point is,
anyway.
y'all should come join us tomorrow.
Can we roll
There
the
will
music?
there will be no,
No delay?
lectures.
No
on
lecture.
ETOPS tomorrow.
I'm not totally sure that we can do.
Yeah, promise.
We can do Christchurch. I mean, there's always duct tape, but I'm not sure we can do Christchurch to Melbourne.
You do without lecturing.
That's true. That's true. That's where the duct tape comes into consideration.
Physics to talk.
All right. Well, that's why. Jesus. Okay, that's why I have the mute button. So First Officer Crafty is muted, and Captain Tango will take a break as well, and we'll give you a little bit of that music. We'll be on pause for a little while, but don't hesitate to check in a couple of hours. That's always a possibility. You might wanna stay around here. All right, enough said. Let's do it.
Traffic, traffic.
Level off, level off.
Increase climb. Increase climb. 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 Clear of conflict. Traffic, traffic, descend, descend. Clear of conflict. Traffic, traffic. Descend, 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 descend now, descend, descend now. Increase descent, increase descent. Increase climb, increase climb. Clear of conflict.
nice approach about kick, yeah.
Eastern approach hello sir, friendly get 9334, stable at flight 4001, right, I'm ready for descent. Squawk 2015, French get 9334.
Asala, join the Asala 2 Bravo arrival for the ILS X-ray approach runway 10.
Clear for ILS X-ray runway 10. Runway 9.
First we get 9334 descent, left to 200, level by Asala.
Sorry, descend back to 200 runway 9.
Well folks, welcome back from the cockpit, Captain Tango. We can't seem to catch a break. We had some additional issue on our way to Easter Island, mostly kind of a disconnect between the hardware and software. Nothing on the flight deck would control the plane, but the plane was happily continuing along. So we had to do some kind of in-flight surgery to make sure this wouldn't be an issue once we start our descent. So also I noticed the clock, which I thought I had synchronized with UTC, was 1 hour off, so the indication I give you was off, and I was really confused. On a 5-hour flight is not easy to keep track of time sometimes. So anyway, all is good. We are at flight level 360 doing our Mach decimal 8.1 on our way to Asala. We have a few waypoints, Valum, Pompey, and then Asala, which is the beginning of the start that we will most likely be assigned, and then they're shooting the ILS for runway 10 in Mataveri International, the Eastern Airline airport. So at this point we exited the ETOPS section of our flight as we had marked with the distance from Valum. So I'm gonna delete that kind of visual aid to avoid any further confusion. So hopefully the rest of the flight is going to be smooth. We're talking earlier with Captain Romeo, and he was mentioning overall things have gone really, really well, and I told him don't jinx it, and I'm not going to blame it on him, but here we are. The gremlins are still alive and kicking. So we were transferred to Unicum. Just anticipate the approach frequency for Easter Island. I think we're still a good distance from it. So if I look at our progress page here with 250 nautical miles. Got the ATIS in the box. The minimum for the ILS is 483, but the weather is fine.
Approach Giant 1471, flight level 320 with information Delta.
Alright.
Squawk 2016
Looks like the ATIS has been updated. Oh yeah, a second ago I looked and it wasn't available. I'll get that real quick. It is indeed, oh it's actually Echo, you had Delta. Winds are 090 at 3, 10 kilometer visibility, temperature 18, dew point 15, QNH 1024, which we have already put here. Alright, we'll use 10. Oh, now we're saying the ILS X-ray approach. We look at the chart and see what the difference are.
Right there.
Caribbean 80 negative, squawk 2017.
Sorry about that, 2017.
Alright, approach. There's an ILS X-ray, Yankee, and Zulu. Oh, I see, that's the straight in. 2500. Okay. Same ILS when it comes to the radio navigation, so 110.3 on a heading of 103 with 104 in the box. That's close enough, and it's IIPA. Alright, we can put actually the IPA, oh it's already there, so we can look at overall distance from here, 227. Still a little early to start a descent. I'm not sure exactly when we need a contact approach.
Descend flight level 200, level by Asala, Giant 1471.
Caribbean 80 identified as the company bus 360. Descend up 200, level by Asala.
Flight level 200, level by Asala, Caribbean 80.
Okay, he's giving 200 by Asala. Put that in there. Right now we would have been at 250. I mean, it's not a real constraint, but just help the planning. So we start a descent in less than 10 minutes. So basically with the issue we had at cruise, the plane was flying fine, the sim was still going, needed to disconnect, well, restart kind of the network infrastructure and the server that connects all the computer running the various displays and key systems of the simulation for the A320. Was reporting disconnected to all these, but they were still updating distance and things like that. So decided to almost do kind of the typical shutdown. Close the hardware interface, stop all the software. As you can imagine, at that point, the plane was not under control of anything in the sim. So I think it started nosing down. Luckily there's a configuration, it's not the one I typically use. I have a cold and dark configuration, but there's a configuration that allows us to start with engine running. But even that takes a little while. Maybe I was a little too impatient. I turned off the engine wanting to ultimately restart them. The APU was not on. In any case, I could have clicked, it wouldn't have done anything. So still little by little gliding from 36 from flight level 360. We ended up, I think, on a southerly heading for a while away from the track, so that was good. Pretty clear that I wouldn't run into anyone else as we were descending. Started the engine one by one after starting the APU and reconfigure everything in the MCDU. Finally regained autopilot, auto thrust, and was able to climb back to flight level 360 away from the track. And then there was a waypoint a little bit in front of us. Based on the traffic also there was a slot, so I was able to rejoin. So here we are in the back in the Congo line.
Maintain 310 knots or greater.
Sometimes you have to be creative to make sure you can complete a flight. So showing 175 miles from Easter Island, give or take. And he wants people at flight level 200 at Asala. Go from 3.6, that 1.6 times 3, so call it 50 plus. What's the distance between? Yeah, TD a little earlier. Well, we'll see. Seems a little early. Yeah, it has a Sala below 21 with that. Let's put 60 miles from Asala. Oh no, what am I doing? Not that. It's getting late. Need to be careful. Alright, radial fix, Asala. 60. So it's pretty much pumpy. He was calculating 23 miles before pumpy. That's not correct.
Santa Monica Bravo. Two 80 knots down to 2000 per minute.
Alright, that's the message from the controller. Perfect. Easter Island approach GL44 is at flight level 360 inbound Pumpy.
Singapore 4090, ground approach, squawk 2020 ident.
Say it is
2020.
Squawk 2020, Singapore 4090, ident.
And Easter Island.
Force 102, contact is ground town for 1 decimal 1.
Oh no. It looks like our push to talk is not working.
Singapore 4090.
It never ends.
Singapore 4090.
Singapore 4090 at Asala, joining Asala 2 Bravo arrival. ILS X-ray approach, runway 10.
At Asala, Bravo arrival for ILS X-ray runway 10, Singapore 4090.
Alright. I don't want to do a missed comm. Why is it not detecting? Is there a way I can check?
And departure, northwest 3000, flight level 100, and D1, Dr. Echo.
Western 100, ground departure, radar 5 climb, flight level 360.
Climb flight level 360.
Victor 975, no further ATC, over Phuket, radar service terminated, change to
That one, that's 8 airplane,
no further ATC over Bagwu, radar service terminated, change to advisory.
Things are getting more complicated.
Giant 1471 across Pugbo at 250.
Cross Pugbo at 250,
Caribbean 80 across Pugbo at 210.
Pugbo at 210 knots, Caribbean engine.
Departure, this is Contact 26 from correction, incoming
Combox 36 Alpha, Eastern departure, identified climb, flight level 300.
So I'm not sure why my push to talk is not working. Keyboard, that's correct. If my stick is not working, then I'm in. But it didn't work on the rad nav either. Well, we'll have to do more surgery.
360, vectors for sequence.
What can I do? What can I do? It's in here somewhere. Maybe it's this guy? No, it's a PT3.
244-090, descend, put 200, level by Asala.
200 level by Asala, 44090.
GO44, eastbound approach, squawk 2021, ident. GO44, radar identified, flight level 360, descend now, flight level 200. Complex 36 Alpha, climb now, flight level 380.
Well, that's gonna be interesting if I have to text everything. Actually, never done that on that sim, so
Giant 14,
put that as a new experience.
Arabian 80, descend 2,500, QNH 102.
Alright, well, seem to be willing to work with me, so, and at least he can talk to me.
Say again, flight level, Arabian Israel.
Arabian 80, descend 2,500, QNH
Just try to get to Asala
2,500.
at flight level 200. Never a dull moment.
Jet 1, Victor Bravo, November ATC. Radar service terminated over group suit, change to advisory approved. Have a safe flight.
Oh, top pilot. I'm jumping into pilot. Thanks so much, good morning.
Camplex 36 Alpha, turn left heading 270. When able, right direct group suit.
Let's heading 70, and when able, direct to group C.
Alright, we'll try to configure everything we can as early as possible. So we switch to the ILS X-ray, so the barrel cleared, and we have to pull the new chart, which I have here. Was 480 before, might be the same number. It is, but still you have to re-enter it. Okay, that's good. More drag, well, I understand.
Approach, good evening, Jerry Can 71, flight level 300.
Jerry Can 71, eastbound approach, hello. Squawk 2022, ident.
(2022).
An Eastern Line approach, JeeHell 44 is with you. Got the PTT to work again. Well, you heard me.
244, eastbound approach, spotted. Jerry Can 71, identified flight
All right.
00. Descend now, flight level 200.
Is that flight level 200, Jerry Can 7?
Giant 1471, cross Mad Q 2109.
Picking up a little bit of weather return or radar return on left side.
044 at Asala, join the Asala 2 Bravo arrival for the ILS X-ray approach runway 17.
At Asala, we'll be joining the Asala 2 Bravo arrival for ILS X-ray into runway 10, JeeHell.
Jerry Can 71 at Jerry Can 71. What's your next waypoint?
Well, certainly the next point en route would be Hanpi, but I was hoping to remain in this area for about 40 minutes.
Jerry Can 71. I may have misunderstood Chief's intentions.
Well, if there's room, I'd like to orbit in the vicinity of Easter Island for 40 minutes and then proceed on to T.
Jerry Can 71, roger. That's going to be approved. Do you have a preferred altitude?
Flight level 200s, if that works.
Jerry Can 71, that works. Just Giant 1471, cleared straight in. ILS X-ray approach runway 10.
Clear straight in ILS X-ray approach runway 10.
For the 80, fly heading 280, diverge from easy.
Heading 20, Caribbean Asia.
Singapore 4090, approaching level 200.
Singapore 4090, maintain direction, maintain 280 knots.
Okay, 280 knots, Singapore 4090, maintain level 200. Singapore 4090.
Western 100, radar service terminated over course, ATC, change to advisory briefing.
Advent change to advisory brief for Northwest 100. Thanks for your service. We'll see you.
Fox 36 Alpha, over ATC, at Fuchs, radar service terminated and change to advisory briefing. Jerry Can 71, do you want to hold? Do you want to orbit at your discretion? Orbit anywhere.
Well, if flight level 200 is okay for spacing, I'd like to just orbit at my discretion.
Jerry Can 71, roger. Reaching, right standby. Jerry Can 71, orbits at your discretion. 200, remain within 50 DME.
Perfect. Orbit flight level 200 within 50 DME of East Island. Jerry Can 71.
Giant 1471, contact East Island Tapper. Get this one get in. Caribbean 80, turn right, heading 360, unable, roger rank, hog tank.
Maneuver approach midday 157 or 360.
Not sure what's the spacing behind me. I'm looking below, above. Okay, this guy. Ooh, I need to accelerate to help him.
Singapore 4090, descent 7000, full by pump low, terminate 1202. Negative. Singapore 4090, descent 7000, full by pump
Playback
India
to Malam.
complete a level 3 for flight level 4. Genesis up.
Qantas 57 negative, that was not for you.
Sorry about that.
Geo 44, maintain flight level 120, maintain 280 knots or greater.
Maintain flight level 120 at 280 or greater, GL44.
In approach Delta 8317, 10 at flight level 380.
Delta 8317, ground approach, walk 2024 INET.
2024 INET, Delta 8317.
Singapore 4090, Singapore medium.
Singapore 4090, descend 7000, QNH 1024.
7104, Singapore 4090.
Qantas 57 identified, flight level 360, descend flight level 200, level by Asala. Qantas 57 approach. Qantas 57 descend, flight level 200, level by Asala.
Level by Asala for flight level 3.
Caribbean 80, cleared straight in, ILS X-ray approach, runway 10.
Clear it straight in approach, ILS 10, Caribbean 80.
In approach Delta 8317,
Delta 8317, descend flight level 200, level by Asala.
200 level by Asala,
That 44 Viking Charlotte approach, walk 2025 INET. Qantas 57 at Asala, join the Asala 2 Bravo arrival for the ILS X-ray runway 10.
Qantas 7 Roger by Asala to the Asala 2 arrival runway 10.
Delta 8317 at Asala, join the Asala 2 Bravo arrival for the ILS X-ray approach runway 10.
Okay, yeah, so let's Asala 3, Asala 2 Bravo, approach.
That 44 Mike identified at Asala, join the Asala 2 Bravo arrival for the ILS X-ray runway 10 approach. That 44 Mike, descend flight level 200, level by Asala.
We are now only 25 nautical miles from Easter Island. It is still the middle of the night.
Geo 44, descend flight level 100, maintain 280 knots.
Descend flight level 100 and maintain 280 knots, GL44.
Caribbean 80, report established.
Go report, Caribbean 80.
Right, hopefully we won't need this until we're in the ground. Another nighttime arrival. Ah, I start seeing flashing lights down there, runway end lights.
4090, descend 2,500, QNH 1024.
2500, 1024, Singapore 4090.
Caribbean 80 is established.
Caribbean 80, contact East Island Tower, 118.1.
Over the tower, 118.1, and thanks to the great ATC Caribbean 80.
See ya.
Well, it's at flight levels, it's still standard. Temperature is fine. Right, we are on downwind for runway 10. Get the direct ILS X-ray. Platform altitude is 2500. A 2.5 degree glide slope, interesting. Missed approach is climb to 2500 direct up node. Just straight away to hold at up node.
Qantas 57, turn 20 degrees left for traffic.
Turn 20 degrees left for traffic.
That's probably me.
Descent 2,500, K8024, free speed.
Descent altitude 2500 on QNH 1024, free speed JeeHell. So he wants me to go down quickly, but I still need to be careful that don't end up too fast. Let's see what we can do. So that's 10 and there was 8 I think, so 6, yeah, this is gonna be tight. See what we can do. Trying to work with him. I'll have to slow down at one point in time. And I'm dive bombing.
Geo44, descent 2,500, level by Ogtech.
And descent altitude 2500 level by Octec JeeHell.
Approach, hello again, Wilson, 104 is 4,400, 110,000.
Velocity 9104. Strong departure identified, climb flight for 200.
200, so 0.
It's gonna be tight.
One is 57 level below 200.
Got an 8317 descent, 7,000 QH1024.
7,000,
the gear. I think that helps.
descend for
120.
Cleared straight in ILS X-ray runway 10 approach.
Clear straight in ILS X-ray runway 10 GL 44.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be landing in a few minutes. Please
Will
return
report
your seat to their
established.
position
GL
before disable back up. We will turn down the cabin lights now. This is a normal procedure during the E10 approach.
Needs to get lower.
$2,500.
I-25 must approach. Yep. Spoilers on. And GL44 fully established ILS X-ray runway 10. Over to tour 118.1. Thanks for working with me, GL44.
2,000.
Alright, that's full. Mataveri Tower GL44 on ILS X-ray runway 106 miles out. Clear to land runway 10 GL44. Alright, landing checklist. We got the gear down. That helped the drag a lot. We're on speed and landing memo. No blue. Is this another ILS that is not aligned with the runway? Not much of the wind. Alright, let's go manual. Autopilot off. We needed one more challenge for the night. We'll go visual. Yeah, clearly the ILS is somewhere else. I know they said the localizer was not exactly aligned, but I think it was like less than a degree difference. This is just not right. Almost like sidestepping to a parallel runway. Alright, checked. Little high, correcting. Still a little high. Alright, get rid of flight director.
$100 above.
Get rid of the flight plan. Alright.
500.
Wind is a little bit from the left.
400.
Right slope, right slope, right slope, right
Alright,
slope.
we're back
right
on profile.
Slope, right slope, right slope, right slope, right slope, right slope.
Ooh.
Right
200. 100. 50. 40. 30. 20. Retard 10.
Tower, hello, 74490 on the localizer, runway 10.
Right, reverser, green, spoilers, 70 knots.
Continue approach, Singapore 4090.
JeeHell 44 vacate to the right, onto the ground, to the south apron.
Vacate to the right on the grass to the south apron, JeeHell 44.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our destination airport. Please remain seated until we reach our final parking position and the seatbelt signs are turned off. Please keep your mobile phone off until you leave the airport.
And it's dark.
Thank you very much.
And we're stuck in the grass. Yeah, no taxiway here. Taxiway grass. Yeah, let it accelerate a little bit straight. There we go. I'm not used to the appropriate thrust setting for taxiway grass.
10, Singapore 4090.
Looks like 35. Oh boy. That's Reiner. Parking 6. If only I knew. So I don't have a scenery. I don't have more detail. If you can help me situate with the aircraft on the FBO, that would help. I have a Qantas and I have the too big. Okay. There's a little Cessna there, okay.
Singapore 4090, beginning right.
I have no idea.
4090, understood. Yeah, vacate right there as you can, then onto the grass and just find somewhere to park near you.
Understood, thank you, 4090.
Oh, that's the fuel stand. Oh, that's why people are not parking there. Oh well. Well, my fuel calculation are effed up anyway. Alright folks, that was quite a flight. Beacon off, turn transponder 2000, TCAS can go home for tonight. Think everything looks good. That clock continued, everything else is useless. And I forgot the APU, great. What a day in the office. Alright, let me figure out with Reiner. Okay. Okay, yeah, okay, of course, I'm not connected. Alright, that should work. Well, folks, we made it to the Easter Island. It's a little late or a little early to go sightseeing. What do we have? Fuel lifting, low pressure. Yeah, I turned that off. Oh yeah, and we still have the engine running because I'm waiting on the APU. My bad. There we go. Come on, APU. Well, we'll shut down here. We're not gonna hold you any longer. It was a challenging flight, but it was a successful flight. So, talk more about that in a future stream. For now, we're gonna wrap it up. Thanks for staying up late with us. See you in the next one. We are almost there. Almost there. Tomorrow we will complete our World Tour 2022 via WorldFlight 2022. So, see ya.